Good evening. I'd like to call tonight the Safety Services and Licenses Committee to order. Clerk, could I please have a roll call?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Present.
Councilman Andujar.
Present.
Councilman Ritz.
Present.
Councilman Trafficante.
Present.
Council Vice President Wall.
Here.
Councilwoman Horayan.
Present.
Council President Marino.
Present.
Is there anyone here from the public tonight that would like to comment on docket items only? Is there anyone online?
There is no public comment online.
Under public hearings, we have the transfer of the Class B liquor license from Chapel Restaurant LLC, doing business as Chapel Grill, located at 3000 Chapel View Boulevard, to Bud 3 Holdings, doing business as Cersei Prime Italian Steakhouse. Is there anyone here tonight that would like to speak on behalf of these? Please just state your name, your address, and the city you live in.
My name's Carlo Carlozzi. Oh, can you hear me, everybody? Oh, my name's Carlo Carlozzi. I live in East Greenwich, and I live on 20 Fox Run. If anybody has any questions to ask me, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Madam Chair, it's Cersei.
Thursday.
Tracy, I see some outstanding items. Have any of them been fulfilled? Okay. Solicitor, would it be okay if I ask for a motion to approve this subject to us receiving the needed documentation?
Yes, but before you do that, I just want to make certain to the clerk that there were 2 objections, Madam Clerk, that we received to this transfer.
Yes, there's one that's on the
Right.
docket, and there was one we received after the docket was published, so there is a second one.
If I could, Madam Chair, I would simply ask that these 2 objections be accepted by the committee and placed into the record so they officially go into the file. And then to answer your question, yes, you can ask for a motion to grant the transfer subject to satisfaction of the outstanding items that are listed here. Yeah, let me, so the 2 items, Madam Chair, if I may, one is a letter dated January 23rd, 2025, and this is from Sinapi Law Associates, signed by Attorney Gregory Mancini, and claiming that there are 2 clients who are owed $1,496, and another client of his is owed $2,648. The second communication is a letter dated January 21st, 2025 from Attorney Paul Pisano, and he represents 2 clients. One is MS Walker of Rhode Island, Inc. He claims they are owed $3,236.49, and Johnson Brothers of Rhode Island, who are owed $2,956.13. So I just would ask for a motion to accept these 2 letters into the record.
So moved.
Second.
And then could I please have to approve this pending that we get
Madam
the,
Chair, you need to take a vote on the acceptance of the letters into the record. You have a first, you have a second, you need to take the vote.
clerk, could I please have a roll call vote?
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Council Vice President Wall.
Yes.
Councilwoman Horayan.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
And now I'm looking for the motion to approve this subject, the pending letters to be submitted. And then we'll issue the license with all being subject to being fulfilled.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve this transfer of liquor license based on the conditions of the letter of good standing from the Division of Taxation being met and releases from MS Walker of Rhode Island and Johnson Brothers of Rhode Island.
I'll second that.
Ben,
If I may, to the chair. Question for Solicitor Verdecchia. The condition of releases from MS Walker and Johnson Brothers of Rhode Island, did you not just state, unless I misunderstood, there's a second letter of other entities? I just want to make sure that the motion is clear.
That is correct, and that is correct. The two that are listed here, those are the clients of Paul Pisano. That's the January 21st letter. However, there is also another which does not appear underneath subparagraph A. That would be the January 23rd letter from Gregory Mancini. So the motion should read, subject to obtaining releases from, it looks like it's 4 different businesses, 2 represented by Attorney Mancini, 2 represented by Attorney Pisano. That's what these 2 letters reflect.
So I'm just looking for specific wording, so
So you
how
amend,
do you want me to word it?
amend your motion to include the subject matter of Mr. Sinapi's letter as a condition of approval and transfer of license. I don't have the letter.
Yeah, so the amended motion would be to grant the license subject to, grant the transfer of the license subject to obtaining a letter of good standing from Division of Taxation and obtaining releases from the 2 clients of Attorney Paul Pisano and the 2 clients of Attorney Gregory Mancini, all 4 of which are listed in the 2 exhibits which the committee has accepted into the record.
Let me amend my motion so that it words that we will grant this transfer based on receiving the letter of good standing from Division of Taxation. The releases from the 2 clients from Attorney Pisano and releases from the 2 clients from Attorney Mancini.
I would prefer, instead of you saying based on, subject to obtaining the releases.
Let me just, not based on subject to, rather receiving those releases.
Correct.
I'll second that.
Madam Chair, I just want to say that it's a great organization. It's a great group. I welcome you to Cranston, and I know you guys will do good.
This is on the amendment. Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
Yes,
Council Vice President Wall,
Yes.
Councilwoman Horan,
yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Now the full motion.
Could I please have a vote for the motion as amended?
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
yes,
Council Vice President Wall,
Yes.
Councilwoman Horan,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
I'm sorry,
Not
Madam
quick
Chair,
enough, you need a second.
I didn't hear it. I don't know if there was a second. There was. We apologize.
Yes.
Under tonight is the Victorin license, anew, and it's Bartenders Union 3 Holding, doing business as Cersei Prime Italian Steakhouse located at 3000 Chapel View. And we have the hours of business are 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. We do have something outstanding. Have we received that, clerk?
No, we have not.
Okay, could I then ask for a motion to approve this solicitor with us receiving that?
Yes, you could make a motion to approve, subject to the applicant producing the item required, which is a certificate from the Rhode Island Department of Health.
I'd like to make a motion to approve under the condition that we receive a certification from Rhode Island Department of Health.
Second.
Subject to obtaining the certificate. Always use subject to if we're going to grant it conditionally.
Just say it clearly, subject to receiving our certification from the Rhode Island Department of Health.
Very good.
I'll make
Now
it
we need a
I'll make
second.
it a clear second.
Is there any discussion on this? Clerk, could I please have a roll call?
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
Yes.
Council Vice President Wall,
Yes.
Councilwoman Haroyan,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Okay, there being no further business, I'd like to motion to adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say
adjourn.
nay.
Aye.
Aye.
Evening. I'd like to call the Special Finance Committee meeting to order. I ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Present.
Councilman Andujar,
Present.
Councilman Ritz,
Present.
Councilman Trafficante,
Present.
Councilwoman Haroyan,
Present.
Council Vice President Wall,
Here.
Council President Marino.
Present.
Our first item of business this evening will be public comment. Is there anyone here in the chamber who would like to speak on matters that are on the docket for the Finance Committee meeting? If so, please step up and be heard. Just state your name and address for the record.
Amin Naket, Niquette, 19 Hillside Avenue, Coventry, presently a captain of the fire department. I'd like to speak on behalf of Assistant Chief Dan Marcinko. I've had the pleasure of working with him the last 30 years that I've been on the department, and more so over the last probably 6 or so years where he headed the hazmat division as a deputy chief. In the last few years, he's been assistant chief under probably 2 of the best chiefs we've had on the Cranston Fire Department, Chief James Warren and Chief Bobby Ryan. He's worked diligently under both of them. I don't know of any emergency situation that he hasn't been right there as their wingman. I think he's a good choice. I think he's going to lead this department. He's well respected, and he'll lead us into the future. I think he's a good choice. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the chamber who would like to speak on docketed matters? There being none, is there anyone online who would like to speak on docketed matters?
There's no public comment online.
Okay, so at this time, I'm going to close public comment. So our first item of business before the committee this evening will be advice and consent on Mayor Hopkins' appointment of Daniel Marcinko as the new fire chief. Director Murray, would you like to say something?
Hello, everybody. Today's a good day for the city of Cranston. I think we all recognize that. Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to our last fire chief, tremendous individual, Chief Ryan, who's here this evening. As we might know, the contracts call for I'm telling his age 65. It would be retirement age for firefighters, and Chief Ryan qualified for that. And which brought us to a new fire chief. Just to mention first, Mr. Naket mentioned, Chief Naket mentioned about we've been so fortunate here, at least we can speak on behalf of the Hopkins administration, having Chief Jim Warren as chief and then Chief Ryan. It's been a superb experience to work with the finest people, both on the job and off the job from that department. It's a credit, I think, to the tradition of that department. In the men and women there, the training, the disciplines, the culture that's developed there. And I think we all know that the Cranston Fire Department is, we think, the finest in the state of Rhode Island. And there's some good, very good departments. So I think we're privileged, honored to be part of that tradition. And with that, we have some great leadership with certainly the rank and file, but with Assistant Chief Wojciechowski, acting chief at this time, soon to be non-acting or assistant chief. Certainly Assistant Chief Rich Mancini, just a superb individual who's done a magnificent job leading the department, being one of the top leaders. But certainly tonight it's about Chief Marcinko. Chief Marcinko, we ask for your advice and consent. If you were to probably describe Chief Marcinko in working with him, he's a humble guy, first of all, but they say don't upset him too much because you can push him, but he'll react. But in every other respect, he's kind, he's a gentle man and a strong leader. Certainly has the support of the rank and file of the department, certainly of this administration. Chief Marcinko, I guess, if you were to describe his experiences, if it was a baseball team, he's played in every position. You know, he's been pitcher, catcher, and right down the line. And so Cranston is fortunate to have someone with such a vast array, depth and breadth of experience to continue the leadership and the great traditions that the former chiefs and leadership of the police, of the fire department have had traditionally, and certainly with the last 4 years. With that, you probably couldn't find a finer person, though I've said that before, with Chief Warren and Chief Ryan. but we are blessed again, once again, to have a tremendous individual, experienced individual, and such a respected individual to lead the department. So with that, we kindly ask your advice and consent of Chief Marcinko.
Thank you, Director. This time, the chair will be looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussions?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Trafficant.
I want Chief Marcinko to know that, next to Mr. Ryan, he's the second best candidate I appointed back in 1990.
Thank you, Councilman Trafficant. All right, with that, as no further comments, I have read an article in the paper on the coming chief. I hear nothing but good things. I will definitely be voting in favor. I ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
Yes.
Councilwoman Horoyan,
Yes.
Council Vice President Wall,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Next item of business is the appointment of Daniel Connors as for the Audit Committee as the attorney member for the vacant two-year term, which will be expiring on December 31st of 2025. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? There being none, I ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
Yes.
Councilwoman Horoyan,
Yes.
Council Vice President Wall,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Motion approves. Next item of business would be the appointment of Anthony V. Ritchie, CPA, to the Audit Committee as a certified public accountant member for the vacant two-year term, which will be expiring on December 31st, 2025. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, I ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
Yes.
Councilwoman Horoyan,
Yes.
Council Vice President Wall,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
All right, seeing no further business before this committee, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. This meeting is over. The council meeting will start in about 5 minutes.
Welcome to the Cranston's regularly scheduled city council meeting for the month of January. Today is Monday, January 27th. If you please call the roll.
Councilman Campopiano,
Here.
Councilman Bonanno,
Here.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Present.
Councilwoman Haroyan, Councilman Andujar,
Present.
Councilman Ritz,
Present.
Councilman Trafficante,
Present.
Council Vice President Wall,
Here.
Council President Marino.
Present. At this time, please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. We have the approval of minutes. I will take the approval of the minutes of the December 16, 2024 regular council meeting. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second,
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Campopiano,
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Councilwoman Graziano, sorry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Haroyan,
yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
Yes.
Council Vice President Wall,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes. Next, we have the approval of the sealed minutes of the December 16, 2024 executive session. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second,
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Campopiano,
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno,
Abstain.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Abstain.
Councilwoman Haroyan,
yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Abstain.
Councilman Trafficante,
Abstain.
Council Vice President Wall,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes. Next, we have the approval of the minutes of the January 6, 2025 inaugural meeting. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second,
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Campopiano,
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno,
Yes.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Haroyan,
yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
Yes.
Council Vice President Wall,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes. Next, we have the approval of the minutes of the January 13th, 25 special council meeting. Do I have a
Motion.
motion?
Motion to approve.
Second,
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Campopiano,
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno,
Yes.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Haroyan,
yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
Yes.
Council Vice President Wall,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes. This evening, we have the great privilege of the city council to honor our retiring Cranston Fire Chief. We want to thank Chief Ryan for his decades of service to the city of Cranston, to his department, to everyone. We have extreme praise. This last year has proved to be very challenging with some surprises. Your department, under your leadership, has executed itself by keeping our city very safe. And I know that you're not one who seeks the spotlight. You're someone who really dedicates yourself to your job, does so with humility, and we are very honored and privileged to have had you for all this time. We wish you great happiness and health in your years of retirement, and we look forward to seeing you out and about amongst the community, because I think that the fire department will always be your second home. So we want to thank you. At this time, I'd like to present you with this citation, Chief Ryan, on behalf of the City Council, in recognition of your years of service to the fire department, and congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you, Council President, members of the City Council, distinguished guests. It was an honor and a privilege to be a fire chief for the Cranston Fire Department for the last year. I'm surrounded by a great staff, great members of the department, members that believe in the department and care for the people of the city of Cranston. We have done quite a bit in the last year, and we still have a lot more to do. But I am confident in the new chief and the administration there that they will continue to take the right steps and go in the right direction that we're heading now. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. God bless you all.
Next this evening, we have public hearings and public comment on docketed matters. If there's anyone in chambers or on Zoom that wishes to be heard on any docketed matters this evening, please state your name and address for the record, and please keep your comments limited to 4 minutes. We'll begin with in chambers.
My name's Jonathan Francis. I live at 35 Walker Lane, town of Coventry. I'm a private on the Cranston Fire Department. I currently serve as their local president. Here to speak on behalf of Chief Marcinko and his advice and consent. Chief Marcinko was my first lieutenant when I first got to the Cranston Fire Department, and he's always led from the front. Chief Marcinko has dedicated his life over 30 years to the city of Cranston, to the citizens, to provide them with one of the best fire departments, not just in the state, but in the country. He has some big shoes to fill with Chief Robert Ryan's retirement, but the local knows that the chief is up to the task. Chief Marcinko is well-versed in firefighting. He has a lot of knowledge, and he's going to be the future of this fire department and continue leading us the way we've been led for the past year. I appreciate your support in voting for the chief. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Nassa. This is my husband, David. We have been residents of Cranston for 21 years. We are here this evening on behalf of ourselves and others pertaining to the closure of Honeysuckle Drive at Phoenix Ave. Mid-December, it had come to our attention.
I'm
that the
sorry, but that's not a docketed matter this evening.
Oh, it's not?
Nope.
Oh.
So there is a portion on the agenda for members of the public to speak on undocketed matters. That
be
would
at
be
the
that
end?
category. Yep,
Okay,
later on.
sorry about that.
That's okay.
Good evening, Robert Murray, 75 Debbie Drive in Cranston. Good evening to the members of the City Council. Just very briefly, I wanted to speak to the published engagement letter proposed for Attorney Stephen Angel as council attorney. At the outset, I have no issue with the proposed monthly stipend. That's an issue for the council to decide if that is fair and reasonable based on the workload and number of meetings Mr. Angel attends. Nor do I take issue with the proposed hourly rate. If he performs additional services, such as litigation, that's in line with what I see for other municipalities while engaging legal counsel. I do have a few other comments for your consideration. First, I note that the proposed agreement is not subject to appropriation. So if in the next 2 years you desire to reduce the monthly stipend for budget considerations, I do not believe you could do so without his consent. Second, should you desire to terminate his service, it would require a supermajority vote rather than a simple majority vote. While his hiring was based on a majority vote of 5 to terminate, you would need at least 6 votes. There are only a few times in our charter that requires a 2/3 vote, including to exceed the property tax levy cap. Third, while I understand sometimes legal bills involving litigation could disclose trial strategies or other confidential information, under this agreement, it is suggested that there are times where only one council member would see his detailed billing to the exclusion of the other 8 members. Fourth, if his payment is more than 14 days late, it will incur a late fee of 18% per annum penalty compounded. I'm not sure the city always pays its vendors within 14 days of receiving a bill or invoice. Should we be paying, I question, should we be paying such a late fee on such a short calendar? Fifth and lastly, if there's a dispute over the payments of his bill or invoice, the city must pay his legal and collection costs, even if the city prevails in the dispute. These are just a few details I suggest you may want clarification before approving, and I thank you for your time.
Good evening, Nicole Renzulli, 54 Massachusetts Street, Cranston. Good evening, Madam President and council members. Tonight, I am here to congratulate Chief Ryan on his well-earned retirement and in support of Chief Marcinko's advice and consent. I'm also here to enthusiastically support the appointment of Amelia Vizzeri to the Juvenile Hearing Board as the 3rd alternate. I have had the privilege of working with Amelia as a coach in the community, and the dedication and heart and patience it takes to work with youth, I have witnessed firsthand. So I also hope that you will vote for that tonight. I am also here in support of the appointment of Councilmember Haroyan to the Audit Committee. I have witnessed her through working together, ask questions, and be very concerned about all the details. So I hope that you will be in favor of that tonight as well. Thank you.
There being no one else in chambers that wishes to be heard, Tom, is there anyone on Zoom for docketed matters?
I'm seeing no public comment.
Public comment on docketed matters is now closed.
We had a late hand raised, Chrissy Narcisi.
Actually, this is Joe Narcisi and Kristen Narcisi from 22 Caraway Drive. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. We just wanted to speak, both of us, very briefly about the proposed zoning change on Caraway Drive. This is similar to other zoning changes we have spoken on in the past, where many have found that any zoning changes in Western Cranston where they're looking to build essentially 4 times what they're currently zoned for is just not in the best interest of the city or the people, given all of the infrastructure needs. I will not go through all of those again, but I do know that this was taken into consideration in the new comprehensive plan as well. And we just hope that the city council will support us in making sure that the growth in Cranston is controlled and makes sense for the city. So please help us, and please do not rezone any of these properties. Thank you.
Tom, is there anyone else on Zoom?
I'll give it a minute. Just a reminder, please use the raise hand function if you would like to speak. I'm seeing no other public comment.
Okay, thank you. Public comment on docketed matters is now closed. Next, moving on to page 3, we have reports of committees. Begin with Councilman Wall as Chair of Claims Committee.
Thank you, Council President. The Claims Committee did meet this month on the 13th. The paid claims report was contained in the council members' packet, and I have nothing further to report at this time.
Thank you, Council Vice President Wall. Next, we have Councilwoman Haroyan as Chair of Safety Services.
Hi, Safety Services and License Committee was held on the 13th and on the 27th, and we have nothing to report out at this time.
Thank you. Next, back to Council Vice President Wall as Chair of Finance Committee.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. The Finance Committee did meet on the 13th, and also they met on this evening prior to this meeting. Several items were considered. The first being the authorization of real estate tax abatements. This was requested by the tax assessor. The Finance Committee approved of it, and I urge passage.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second,
That's a motion to approve in a second. Any discussion? No. Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Haroyan.
yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
yes,
Council Vice President Wall.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Okay, the next item would be a resolution authorizing motor vehicle tax abatements. This was also requested by the tax assessor. It was approved of in the Finance Committee, and I once again would urge passage.
Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second,
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Haroyan.
yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
yes,
Council Vice President Wall.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
All right, our last item would be advice and consent of Mayor Hopkins' appointment of Daniel E. Marcinko as the new fire chief. This passed out of Finance Committee, and I certainly would urge passage.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion from council members? I'd like to thank Mr. Marcinko as the new incoming chief for his willingness to serve the city in that capacity and wish him great luck. All right. At this time, please take the roll.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Haroyan.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
yes.
Council Vice President Wall.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes. Congratulations, Chief Marcinko. Next this evening, we have reporting out of Public Works Committee, Councilwoman Graziano.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to report at the January 16, 2025 meeting that the committee recommended unanimously to approve the resolution of approving the transfer of land located at 4 Sharp Drive to the city of Cranston in accordance .8080 for the city code as amended by the committee on 1/16/2025 and sponsored by the mayor.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Is that a
Madam
motion
Chair,
to approve?
Madam Chair, I'd like to recuse
Excuse me,
myself.
Councilman Trafficante, just want to, it was just so moved, but just, if you can just for the record, Councilman Haroyan, make sure it's a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Seconded.
Got it. Now, Councilman Trafficante.
Madam Chair, I'd like to recuse myself from the vote being chair of the AES Academy.
So noted, thank you. We'll be sure to come and get you after the vote. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion from council members? Councilman Buonanno.
I just want to reiterate what I brought up in the committee meeting, is that the money used for this purchase will be reimbursed by the state at a higher rate than normal. The normal rate for the public's knowledge and so they know exactly what's going on. This money was appropriated based on a passage of a bond.
and the state is going to reimburse the city for this and some other projects at around approximately 74% reimbursement rate, whereas the normal rate is approximately 53%. So to me, makes a lot of sense to do that. And I think it's a great project, not only because of the reimbursement rates, but because of the positive impact it has on the children of our city. Thank you, Madam President.
Any other council members wish to be heard? I agree, this is a great endeavor. The bond referendum passed by large numbers through the public, and this will be great to institute the desire of the public to have improvements in our public education. And we look forward to the execution of this with the reimbursement rate, which is not too often the case. At this time, clerk, if you can please take the roll.
Councilman Campopiano,
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno,
Yes.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Haroyan,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Council Vice President Wall,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes. At this time, moving on to reporting from Ordinance Committee, Councilman Andujar.
Thank you, Madam President. The Ordinance Committee met on January 16, 2025, but there is nothing to report.
Thank you, Councilman Andujar. Next up, we have public comment for undocketed matters. So if there's anyone in chambers or on Zoom who wishes to be heard on any matters that are not on the docket, please state your name and address for the record. And I know, I believe it was a Miss NASA. This would be your time after. Thanks. Yep.
Good evening, members of the Cranston City Council. My name is Diana Gordon, and I live in the Knightsville Manor at 85 Briggs Street in Cranston. I am before you again for the same issue. Over half its occupants are drug addicts. Some quit, some are still using drugs. I've seen them. I've been staying at a motel for the last 2 nights because I'm being physically and mentally tortured by them. That's because I speak out. The drug addicts steal and break my possessions. They enter my apartment in the night as well as the day. They terrorize my cat as well as doing unbelievable things to me. One night after I went to bed, I was woken up by the fire department banging on my door. It seemed that the drug addicts had turned on my gas stove, then called the fire department. I was in a daze when I opened the door because of the fumes. The fireman told me it was an apartment above me that called. They turned off the gas and opened the windows. I could have died, or the complex could have caught fire. I hadn't used the stove for 2 days before this incident. So who turned it on? Not my cat. I have proven that I am mentally stable by taking a neuroplasticity test and a brain scan. It proved normal. I am going to therapy, not for mental problems, but because I need somebody to talk to about this situation. My therapist believes me and has called the police for me as well, but the police do little. I believe the police are not helping me because I am and was a whistleblower. I started the Central Cranston Crime Watch years ago because the area was changing. The government was putting in halfway houses in the area with early release prisoners, and crime was becoming rampant. The public wasn't informed, but I started informing them by coming to your council and by the Crime Watch meetings. I believe that all people should be given a chance to change and succeed, but it must be done correctly. Drug addicts should have their own apartment complex, not mixed with the elderly. Would you like your parents to live in that place with those people? I don't think so. I just added that. It makes no sense. I can tell you from experience that you are putting the fox in the hen house. Our government should decide what apartment complex should have which persons and start the change right away. It'll take time to change it all. I'm afraid I have spoken to others that are afraid there and are looking to move. I am as well. I am filling out forms to get into apartments that only house the elderly, but it takes time, up to 5 years to get into one. I have gone to the Cranston Housing Authority. They laugh at me. They don't care. I think they're disgraceful. I've gone to the police and I've tried to speak to the chief of police, but they have done little, and the chief of police is always too busy. By coming here to speak to you, I will be harassed even more by these drug people, but it needs to be done. City Council, please talk to the legislature, make them change the laws. Help us. We need that there. Help us. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Susan Blake. I live at 173 Grand Avenue. And I'd like to thank you all for your time here tonight and for allowing me a few minutes to speak to you. The Cranston Gun Range needs to either be enclosed or moved. The emergent issue is not going to cool down or just go away. The people coming to you over and over again for the past few years with the demand aren't going to stop until you enclose or move the gun range. Education Week website counted 221 school shootings just last year. Thank God none of them were here in Cranston. But having a gun range in such close proximity to residential areas and across the street from a middle and a high school is very, very wrong. Why? It interferes with every resident's and especially every student's constitutional right to the pursuit of happiness, period. The amount of noise as well as the kind of noise coming from the range combine to form an untenable situation, and you must enclose or move the range. It has to move way up on your list of priorities, or just close it and get it designated as a Superfund site with all of the lead that's been pumped into the hills for the last 75 years of being used. Our police could use one of the many other municipal ranges in our state, and it's not an anti-police training issue. We want to live in safety, but this is 2025. And the reality is kids having to learn something that's not in their curriculum is how to ignore gunfire. That's what they're having to learn across the street from that place. And I think it's an extremely dangerous thing to do. They're being desensitized to a very scary sound. If you can't recognize that, we have studies and reports to educate you on that. No amount of upgraded outdoor athletic areas or $1 million microplastic fake grass will ever take the sound of a Sig Sauer or an AR-15 away. This is not rocket science. Each of you has a voice to represent your constituents and do the right thing. So please do. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Nassa. This is my husband, David. We live at 44 Cohasset Lane in Cranston, and we've lived there for 21 years. We are here this evening on behalf of ourselves and others pertaining to the closure of Honeysuckle Drive at Phoenix Ave. Mid-December had come to our attention that the road was blocked off by barriers and barrels and not allowing vehicles to utilize the road. We were very confused just why this transpired due to the fact there were no signs stating no throughway on Honeysuckle Drive. Since then, I have requested information from City Hall pertaining to this closure and just how it transpired and the reason why. I hand-delivered the APRA request to City Hall on December 31st and I had it hand-signed in the law office that it was received. Neighbors were not notified that this was happening and just how the process was passed in November. I spoke to Jessica Marino on December 20th, and she emailed the mayor's office to look into this. She stated to the mayor's office that she had no reason to doubt these complaints. I also spoke to Jason Pizzullo, planning director, and he stated that the first 3 items on my list do not exist and that he would look into the traffic study. Major Todd Padalano kindly called me and said there was a traffic study done from August 28th to September 1st, and he would get me a copy of the study. Shortly after, Christopher Rawson from City Hall emailed me a copy of the traffic study. I also requested from him the steps needed for an ordinance to pass. I have not heard back on that information. Mr. Rawson also stated in an email to me that the first three items first three items I requested on the APRA request did not exist. After reviewing the traffic study and reviewing the November 14th meeting, it was stated that there were over 50 violations during the study period. The actual traffic report I received, it clearly stated that there was only one violation. Additionally, the average speed limit documented by the police was 8 miles under the speed limit. Mr. Catalano stated that the road needed to be closed due to the excessive use, speeding, going through the stop sign on Blueberry Lane and driving the wrong way on Honeysuckle Drive, which is a one-way coming out onto Phoenix Ave. During the study, he also stated there were over 1,000 vehicles utilizing Blueberry Lane. That was over the course of the 5-day study, not in one day. If we do the math, that is only 200 drivers a day. As a taxpayer, I utilize Blueberry Lane to get home every so often, and I see no traffic during the earlier afternoon day hours, though there may be more during the work hours. He also stated there simply is no need for the road to be open. And this is where myself and many, many unhappy Cranston residents disagree due to this closure. As we know, the 4-way stop sign at Phoenix and Hope has become extremely congested, causing frustrated drivers, drivers becoming vocal, and simply not following rules of the road. There is more traffic than ever in this area due to new neighborhoods going in. And now with the closure of Honeysuckle Drive, it forces residents to use the only way back into their neighborhood, which is the 4-way stop sign. At certain times, this closure has also caused bottleneck traffic up Wilbur Ave and Conley Ave, causing lines of traffic sitting in front of the resident's home for very long periods of time. Where is that fair to those homeowners? It is not. Residents are having a hard time even getting out of their driveways on Conley Ave. This would also be annoying to potential home buyers with such an inconvenience who would want to purchase a home in this area now. The biggest concern is safety, and many will agree with me. If there is a fire truck or an ambulance needing to get up to the back of Phoenix Ave or Hope Road areas, and those trucks are coming from the Oak Lawn Ave station, there may be delays due to all the work time traffic. We all know well as residents who drive these roads daily, Wilbur Ave that turns into Conley Ave is a very windy road, and there is no way to pull over to let big trucks get by. In some areas, the sides of the roads is a ditch. If there is an emergency, time is of the essence, and there may be delays. We are also concerned if the 4-way has to shut down due to construction or paving.
Excuse me, Ms. Nassa, that's the timer that the clerk is keeping. The 4 minutes is up.
Okay, so can I just do my summation then, just the very end?
30 seconds.
30 seconds?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. In summation, have the residents on Blueberry Lane and Honeysuckle Drive taken into consideration that they may need this road in an emergency? They signed a petition to have Honeysuckle Drive closed permanently because they may simply not want the cars driving by their homes, and for whatever reason, and other reasons they may have. But this has caused other issues, much bigger issues that we as taxpayers are asking for answers. May we suggest Honeysuckle Drive be a 2-way to alleviate some of the backup at the 4-way? The city has now taken away the road that is very much needed for many reasons. We ask kindly that the city please reevaluate the closure of Honeysuckle Drive as soon as possible. As I stated earlier, if this is an emergency, we all know time is of the essence because someone's life may depend on it. Thank you for your time.
Heidi Levine, 22 West Hill Drive. So I'm here to speak on the Cranston Police Range. I moved to Cranston in January of 2023. We were filled with hope and excitement to move into our first home with our then 4-month-old daughter. The first time I heard the shooting, it was a beautiful spring day, sunny and warm, so I made the mistake of leaving my windows open to enjoy some fresh air as I worked from home. I learned quickly that residents of Meshanticut do not get the luxury of opening their windows on spring days. I then began to evaluate the situation more thoroughly by speaking with my neighbors and also learning about the truly detrimental effects that this kind of noise pollution can have on the human body. First, my neighbors. I learned that nearly all of the ones that I could speak with who have bought their homes in the last 15 years or so were also unaware at the point of sale that there was such a noise pollution problem in the area. I have heard stories from neighbors of their dogs cowering in fear and having accidents all around their home, to feeling confused and scared like I was the first time I heard the gunfire, to their children and babies not being able to enjoy their properties or yards because it is so loud outside. As a mother, I am not okay with the idea of sending my own children to Cranston West or Western Hills Middle School as it stands. I have deep concerns about the adverse impacts on our children's mental health, development, and education. There is a reason that a classroom needs to be quiet during a test, because noise breaks concentration, as it often breaks my own as I work from home full-time, 5 days a week. While I am no expert on this area of research, I have yet to meet anyone who is an expert in public health not be completely alarmed by the situation in Western Cranston. In an interview with a woman named Charlie Roscoe, she's now a PhD from Harvard School of Public Health, had this to share in a 2023 interview about what people should know about noise pollution. For one thing, noise is the second largest environmental cause of health problems after air pollution, according to the World Health Organization. It's been linked with issues ranging from sleep disturbance to poor concentration to risk of metabolic and cardiovascular disease and dementia. When I started learning about noise, I assumed that noise that led to poor quality of sleep was the main mechanism driving any kind of associations with health impacts. But I've learned that even if you're not conscious of it or you don't wake up in the night from the noise, you still have a stress response, which results in brain activity that leads to the dysregulation of your stress hormones. Your body still reacts even if you're okay with the gunfire. This could easily be compared to the risks associated with secondhand smoke. There is a reason that restaurants no longer have a smoking and a non-smoking section, because even if you are okay with the smoke, or in this case, the noise, it still carries, and it still has a long-term impact on everyone's health with or without their permission. Our bodies have a stress reaction for every time a shot is fired. And this includes half of our city's school kids who go through our public schools. Enough is enough. It is an indisputable fact that this is harming people. If this wasn't so important, I would not be wasting countless hours on this issue. But it so personally affects my daily life, and this has to change. The data and the research regarding the risks are not up for debate. And each council member here has a duty to do right by us and help us. There is too much evidence, and it's not to the contrary. This is bad for our health, and it is harming people. Thank you.
My name is Patricia Schoninger, and I live at 7 Scotland Road. I have been testifying at City Council for the past 4 years, speaking out about how the sounds of gunfire from the Cranston gun range has greatly affected my quality of life, my health and well-being, and the peaceful enjoyment of my home. On January 14th, 2025, I sent out emails to all the City Council members, which included 2 videos. One of the video clips, you observed me while I was making dinner with the sounds of gunfire echoing through my home. Living with gunfire has become part of my daily life. From waking up to it in the morning, preparing meals, doing chores, sitting in my yard on a beautiful sunny day, putting the volume up so loud while watching TV or listening to music to try to drown out the gunfire. Even enjoying a walk in my neighborhood is impossible when the gunfire is going off. And the days where I just can't stand the gunfire anymore, I get in my car and I leave my home of 47 years to find peace and solace somewhere else. You also watched a video that was taken during school hours at Cranston West. As the gunfire was echoing over the field and school grounds, you witnessed the learning environment that thousands of students are subjected to in their school day. At the beginning of the school year in September and October, these students heard gunfire every day they were at school. How anyone can say that students hearing gunfire in a learning environment does not affect their ability to concentrate, their mental health and well-being is beyond me. I was informed by Mayor Hopkins and City Council members about the purchase of gun suppressors. They are They are to be used only on certain weapons. Although when Ms. Fenton Fung mentioned in the 2024 primary debate about the use of gun suppressors, Mayor Hopkins clearly disagreed, and said it was a Band-Aid to the issue. It would be interesting to hear what changed his mind. Mayor Hopkins is on record stating that in the 2024 primary debates that he was looking for land to relocate the range. To my knowledge, there's been no update since the mayor's reelection concerning the land deal. I was also informed by city council members who spoke with Mayor Hopkins concerning this issue, and they were told that is on the radar and hoping for funding for an indoor facility. As I see it, if and when funds become available for this indoor range, it's going to take years for it to be built. Therefore, the only option at this time is to relocate the Cranston Police Department's firearms training to another facility. And this will immediately stop the gunfire that echoes through my community.
Martha DeMayo, 69 Laconia Road. Is anyone here a vet? Combat vet? Councilman Trafficani, I know you served in Korea.
I served in Korea, yes.
After the ambush on the 15th of this month, a friend of mine, deeply concerned about my safety and my ability to work and function, brought these top quality range air protection so I could sit in my home with these on. I want to give you two numbers. The first number, 119. The second number, $1,500. 119 is the number of days in 2024 I was told, leave your home if you find gunfire disruptive to your day. Here it is in black and white. Look at the months. September, when the kids are back in school, every single day. The second number, $1,500. This is the amount of money that the city collects per year when other police departments come to Cranston to bring noise pollution and lead pollution to my neighborhood. I prepared a packet for you, for all of you, that has the rental income data, the medical data, and the decibel level data. But I'm here tonight to offer viable solutions that can be implemented immediately. Number one, as Pat mentioned, request an update from the mayor on his land deal. It's been 5 months that he emphatically stated that he was working to solve this problem and move the range. He then emphatically said that suppressors are a Band-Aid. Second, I am requesting that this body pass an ordinance that limits the use of the Phoenix Avenue facility to Cranston PD only. The city is collecting pennies in exchange for harming me and my community. In the ordinance, it should be stated that only weapons with suppressors are to be fired at that range. This is doable. In the documentation I will be providing you, there is a list of agencies that used to come to Cranston to shoot. These agencies are now going to elsewhere. They're going to other facilities. So the Cranston Police, when they need to shoot weapons that cannot be suppressed, they can go elsewhere as well. And in fact, when the New York Times article broke in December of 2023, a call was made from the Providence Police to the Cranston Police, offering the Cranston Police the use of the Situate Range. That call was never returned. What I am proposing is viable. I cannot endure another ambush like I did on the 15th. I should not have to wear air protection in my home. And I will certainly not be a refugee. This is insanity. It has to stop. Implement the solutions that I proposed. May I pass these down?
Take a motion to accept the packet from Mr. Mayo into the record. A motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second, okay. Any discussion? Clerk, if you please take the roll.
Councilman Campopiano,
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno, Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Haroyan,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
Yes.
Council Vice President Wall,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Hello. Lauren Pregoni, 72 Dean Street, Cranston. Our concerns about hearing gunfire for hours in the neighborhood have been diminished by many city representatives. So I would like you all in this room this evening to take 3 minutes and 40 seconds to listen to what we hear for hours on end. Oh, sorry, there's more. So the end is the kicker. This was taken on a weeknight at 6 in the evening. Imagine your kids still have school. This is insane. Thanks.
Good evening, councilmen and women, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Chris Jasinski, and I actually live in the neighborhood that is now safer because of the closure at Honeysuckle in Phoenix. I, along with many others from our neighborhood, was present at the November 14th City Council meeting when the ordinance to close down Phoenix Ave was on the access point at Honeysuckle was proposed, and again on November 25th when it was voted on affirmatively and unanimously. Since your vote to close down the Honeysuckle Drive outlet, our neighborhood has been transformed. From the day the road was first shut down, kids and families can now have been playing outside and going for walks without the fear for their safety and having to navigate hundreds of cars per day that utilized our neighborhood to bypass the Phoenix Ave and Hope Road intersection. I no longer have to worry about, as much as my daughter and the other children in the neighborhood, being able to go for a walk or safely play in their own yards and on their own streets. I no longer worry that a child distractedly riding their bike or darting into the street to chase a ball might face a catastrophic outcome. I feel like our neighborhood is finally a place where we can breathe and not worry about people running stop signs, coming the wrong way down Honeysuckle, or speeding through our neighborhood out of convenience, which were constant occurrences prior to the ordinance being passed. This is because of all of you and your understanding of the gravity of the issue presented to you back in November. This is the result of decades of efforts from the residents, all of the homes in our neighborhood who unanimously signed the petition in support of the closure. This is because of Senator Patalano, Council Members Campopiano, Marino, Mayor Hopkins, and Chief of Staff Moretti for coming together to finally hear our concerns, meet with members of our neighborhood, thoroughly gather traffic data, and work with the police and fire and wholeheartedly support the efforts to make this closure happen. Yes, I would agree that this is a safety issue, but that is not a safety issue for anyone other than the residents of our neighborhood. No one is entitled to the neighborhood and our sense of safety in order to shave a couple minutes off their drive home. Anyone arguing for a reevaluation of this ordinance due to safety concerns is lying to themselves and for you. For those speaking out against this closure tonight, it is purely about convenience and not wanting to have to go through the Phoenix Ave Hope Road intersection with no concern for how it affects the people who actually live in our neighborhood. Please make the right decision and uphold your previous vote to prioritize the safety of the residents. One more thing I'd like to remind you, over the years, a dog has gotten hit by a car and killed, with a girl having to jump off her scooter to not get hit. My wife has had to pull our infant daughter in her stroller onto someone's lawn to avoid getting hit by a car, and many other examples like this for decades. But some people need to get home 3 minutes faster. Thank you.
I'm Rob Batty, 129 Hope Road. And I'm actually on the other side of the coin for the Honeysuckle Drive closure. I understand traffic and speeding issues in Wilbur Ave. I've met with the city. We've met with Richard Campiano before about the problems we have with speeding, people running red lights, going by the schools just as quickly. Hope Road is a problem too, as well as Wilbur Ave. I lived on Wilbur Ave for 15 years. Now I'm on Hope Road. For another 15 years, very familiar with the area. What I don't understand with the closing of Honeysuckle is why is that road is less equipped to handle traffic than Wilbur Ave. We haven't made the traffic go away. All we've done is put more traffic onto the Wilbur Ave section where at least there was some relief for people to go around. If you look at the size of Wilbur Ave, it's the same size as Blueberry Lane, Lantern Lane, and Wilbur Ave, they're all about the same size. None of them have curbs, sidewalks on them. None of them have sidewalks on them. And they all have residential houses on them. So we haven't eliminated the problem. We've moved the problem. We do have a large problem in that area, which we've been concerned about, haven't had a whole lot of success with either, with fast traffic, and people running lights, and I just think this is making it worse for the area that isn't impacted by this, or that gets even more traffic now. So there was some relief before, and now a lot of that relief is gone. I know when they first implemented this down, the changes, the traffic was backed up all the way back to Natick Ave. So there's some substantial backups there now. It's not just necessarily a few minutes. And there is a lot of reason we weren't able to put speed bumps on Hope Road to try to get the traffic slowed down was because of emergency vehicles. I don't see that. I think we're creating another emergency vehicle here because there is, like Kathy had pointed out, there's no place to go when the emergency vehicles are there. There's no place to pull over for. So anyway, I just wanted to go on record that I agree with Kathy.
Good evening, Lieutenant Anthony Sassoni McHugh, Cranston Police, 5 Garfield Avenue. At this time, I'd like to speak on behalf of the police administration in regards to the honeysuckle traffic issue, if I may. Over the course of the year 2024, police have received numerous complaints from neighborhood residents in that area, specifically those with children, regarding the fact that Honeysuckle Drive and Blueberry Lane were being used as cut-throughs from Wilbur Avenue to Phoenix Avenue. As a result of this, a traffic study was done in August, and over the course of 3 days, 1,038 vehicles were found to be using those road designations as cut-throughs. Specifically, 51 vehicles were found to be going the wrong way on Honeysuckle Drive during the course of those 3 days. As a result of the petition and the decision of this council to block off the intersection of Honeysuckle Drive and Phoenix Avenue, the police department believes that has alleviated any traffic concerns from those constituents. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mitchell Edwards, 38 Blueberry Lane. Here today in Cranston, here today to talk about the honeysuckle issue that you've heard about just now. I'm here to say that you did the right thing. And I'm sure that's one of the reasons you ran for office. Improve people's lives, make communities safer. That's exactly what you did. I have 2 kids, an 8-year-old daughter, some of who you may remember, she was here with me when you voted for this, and a 2-year-old son. I've been on Blueberry Lane for 21 years, almost 21 years. The community has never been safer. When we walk around that community now, we talk about it. I was just with a neighbor the other day walking her dog, saying the world is different. Now, yes, there's a balance that needs to be done when you're voting on these things. Nothing's perfect. I get that. We all get it. You have to weigh things. And when you weighed that decision, you made the lives of the 56 households that petitioned for this, the security and safety of their families, you weighed that. You understood the traffic issues. You understood that. Major Padalano was here to talk about that because he actually did a traffic study. He was here to talk about the fire and police concerns and said there are no emergency vehicle concerns with closing Honeysuckle. If he thought, you all know him, if he thought this was going to impact and endanger people being able to be serviced by police and fire, he would have said so. It's the opposite. The opposite is what he told you. So you did the right thing. A community is thriving. The quality of life is much better. And yes, I live there. I travel Conley and Wilbur every day. I know there's traffic. It is not appreciably more, frankly, than there was when that cut through was there. It's just
slightly more, and people, I will tell you, have found other ways and other ways to get home. So I ask, to the extent you're being asked, to reconsider your vote. Don't do it. You have improved the lives of dozens of families and made them secure and safe. So thank you.
There being no one else in chambers, Tom, is there anyone on Zoom on any undocketed matters?
As a reminder, please use the raise hand function. I am seeing no public comment.
Public comment on undocketed matters is now closed. Next, moving on to page 4, election appointment of city officials. First, we have the appointment of Kenneth Filarski to the Zoning Board of Review as member 1, replacing Christopher Bonanno for the unexpired 5-year term ending July 25, 27. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilman Campopiano?
Thank you, Council President. I did read his resume and he's highly qualified. Matter of fact, he's probably overqualified for the position. My concern is that he does have a lawsuit against the city and it could become a conflict of interest. And I'd like to, I don't know if we can postpone this and to look at this further, if that's an option, or at this point, if that is not an option, I don't think I can support this candidate.
Thank you. Any other members wish to be heard? Councilman Ritz.
I just wanted to say, I share the same concerns as Councilman Campopiano, that I think we should table this and discuss it further.
Any other council members wish to be heard? Okay. Thank you for your discussion this evening. Mr. Filarski has an outstanding resume. Frankly, the city is fortunate to have him willing to volunteer his time. He has national accreditation. All of the council members have had the opportunity to review his resume, which is not in dispute. In terms of having a lawsuit against the city, that's a breach of contract lawsuit, which the solicitors are well aware of, and it does not in any way conflict with this appointment in any legal basis whatsoever. The merits of that suit will be up to the legal system to judge and does not interfere with his role should he be appointed to this position. And I would be in support of this motion to approve to have him serve in that capacity for the city. Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Campopiano,
No.
Councilman Bonanno,
No.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Horoyan,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
No.
Councilman Trafficante,
No.
Council Vice President Wall,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Next this evening, we have the appointment of Justin McCarthy to the Zoning Board of Review as alternate 4 for a term of January 28, 25 through January 28, 26. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Is that a motion to approve, Ms.?
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Campopiano,
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno,
Yes.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Horoyan,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
Yes.
Council Vice President Wall,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes. Next, we have the appointment of Amelia Vaziri to the Juvenile Hearing Board as alternate 3 for the vacant unexpired 1-year term ending December 1, 25. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Campopiano,
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno,
Yes.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Horoyan,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
Yes.
Council Vice President Wall,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes. Next, I have the appointment of Mary Graham Gallo as member of the Arts Commission for a 3-year term of January 27, 24 through January 27, 27. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Campopiano,
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno,
Yes.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Haroyan,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
yes,
Council Vice President Wall,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes. Next, we have the appointment of Carol Cooney to the Tax Assessment Board of Review as alternate one for the vacant unexpired 3-year term ending January 28, 26. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Campopiano,
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Haroyan,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
yes,
Council Vice President Wall.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes. Next, the appointment of Councilwoman Kristen Haroyan as City Council Member to the Audit Committee of the term January 6, 25 through January 4, 27. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
second,
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno,
Yes.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Haroyan,
I think I should abstain. Oh, I can vote yes. Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
yes,
Council Vice President Wall,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes. Next, we have the appointment of Councilman Michael Trafficante as City Council Member to the School Buildings Committee for the term January 6, 25 through January 4, 27. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Haroyan,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
yes,
Councilman Wall,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes. Next, the appointment of Councilman Andy Andujar to the School Building Committee for the term January 6 of this year through January 4, 27. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Haroyan,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
yes,
Council Vice President Wall.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes. Next, we have the appointment of Jesse Dooley to the Board of Contract and Purchase by the Majority Leader, Councilwoman Haroyan, for the term of the 1-year term of this year through January 5 of 26. There is no vote. That is an appointment. It's for information purposes. Next, we have the reappointment of Abby Tellier to the Arts Commission for the term April 26, 24 through April 26, 27. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
second,
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Haroyan,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
yes,
Council Vice President Wall,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes. Next, we have for informational purposes, the reappointment of Anne Marie Macaron to the Board of Contract and Purchase as appointed by the Council President for the term of January 6 through 25 through January 5, 2026. That's no vote. Also, the next 3 appointments are for informational purposes. They are also to the Board of Contracts and Purchase. They are not subject to vote. It's the reappointment of Ms. Doris Blanchard for the 1-year term as appointed by Majority Leader, the reappointment of Mr. Anthony Mastantuono for the same 1-year term as appointed by the Minority Leader, and the reappointment of Mr. Brian Moretti as appointed by the Minority Leader for the 1-year term. I want to thank everyone for their appointments, whether voted or by appointment. Next, moving on to, we have executive communications, the legal expense analysis for the period of July 24 through January 16 of this year. Do we have any questions, concerns, discussion from council members? No? Okay. Anything from the administration? Looks like nothing. Okay, moving on. We're moving on to, we have council member communications. Councilwoman Haroyan.
Director Moretti? Would you like to share the update with us?
Yes, Councilwoman Haroyan. My update is similar to what I had conveyed to the council about a week or two ago. The pool was initially began draining at the beginning of the very first week of January of this year. Demo followed the following week, and will continue for quite a while. Both demo of the interior of the pool house and the in the exterior, basically the pool body itself. The challenge that was discovered is that there's actually 3 layers. Mayor Trafficante may remember one of those layers in his day. I'm not sure, but there's been multi-layers of concrete within that pool. So it's presenting a challenge in terms of demo, not insurmountable, but interesting to find out. And so they're continuing to do that. In terms of the another minor challenge, but it's well in hand, is the pool is continually filling up with the groundwater. And that was identified by the engineer, the aquatic engineer, a while ago, but I guess some people had doubted that if that was a fact or not, but it is a fact that there's groundwater that's constantly filling the pool as demo occurs. In the same time, the contractor is draining the pool to keep pace with it. And that was really the update. Hopefully we have a kind winter that they can continue, and we're evaluating the timeline still because it's going to be a challenge now. As you know, the Section 106, HUD 106 requirements, and the group participating in the as consulting party, that process required additional time to respect that group's participation, which was not anticipated. So we have a challenge, but we're looking to see as early as possible to get the pool open. So that's where we are at this point. But probably for the next, I don't have the exact timeline for demo, but there's a lot there, which is not a bad thing. It's anticipated, but it was interesting to note that there was three full layers of pool layers there in the groundwater. I think is significant because I think that puts people's minds at rest whether or not there was a continual leakage in that pool that was causing the pool to fill up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Haroyan.
Any discussion from council members on that topic? We're good. Okay, moving on, go ahead. Councilwoman Graziano.
May I ask Director Moretti a question regarding where are they draining the pool water to?
In the rear, we spoke with DEM about that, so that was a good question because that was a concern we had. That's all we needed, but it's a slow drain that is going out into the the fields between there and the stream, and but we consulted with DEM prior to that to make sure that was allowed.
Okay, thank
Good
you. That was
question.
my concern.
Very good question.
All set. Okay. Moving on to introduction of new business. We have at this time the presentation of the audit financial statements for the city for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2024, as prepared by Clifton Larson Allen.
I have slides for everyone.
By chance, did you present a slide at all to the clerk's office?
I provide them to the finance director.
Okay.
I'm sure you can forward it along if you need additional copies.
Director Zadelis, how long would it take to get it and send it to Tom? Yeah. All right, why don't we take a 5-minute recess to allow Director Zadelis to get that so that we can present it? Thank you.
No problem.
All right, we are now back in session. If council members can take their seats. Okay. And Mr. Gross, the floor is yours now that we have the presentation, which will be up any second now. Thank you.
Thank you. So my name's Stephen Gross. I'm a audit principal at Clifton Larson Allen, also known as CLA. I'm here to present the June 30th, 2024 financial statements. On the next slide is just our legal disclaimer. You can read it at your own leisure. On to the next slide, we have the agenda. I'm just going to go over the status, the audit scope, financial highlights, required communication, and if anyone from the council has any questions, our contact information. So now going on to audit scope and status. So the status of the 2024 audit has been completed. We're on the next slide. And it's been submitted to the Auditor General on time in accordance with state statutes. The open item relates to the federal single audit under uniform guidance. We have scheduled time with the city to start work in February. Moving on to the engagement scope and reporting, we do audit work under 3 different levels of standards. The first one is generally accepted auditing standards, also known as GAS. This is to express an opinion on whether the financial statements are presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. We issued the highest level of opinion, which is a unmodified audit opinion on those financials. The second one is generally accepted government auditing standards, also known as GAGAS, and this is to provide a report on internal controls over the financial reporting and on compliance with laws and regulations, contracts, and grants. We had one finding, which is a prior year finding as well, which relates to the preparation of the schedule of federal assistance related to federal grants. And then we have the uniform guidance, which relates to what I just spoke about, which is the single audit that we will start work in February on that. Moving on to the financial highlights. This is just a breakout of your fund balance and the change in fund balance of the governmental funds, both the 3 major funds as well as the aggregate remaining funds. As you can see, the general fund increased $1.5 million. The school unrestricted fund decreased $1.8 million. The school bond fund decreased $19 million. And the other governmental funds increased $7.2 million. On to the next slide. This is a representation of your unassigned fund balance in the general fund. As you can see, the amount of fund balance to the annual expenditures and transfers have been increasing, which is a good sign. Typically, the GFOA recommends having 2 to 3 months of expenditures in your unassigned and assigned fund balance reserved for any rainy day or other issues that might come to the city. Moving on to slide 10. This is just a high-level overview of your enterprise funds. As you can see, the major fund, which is the SOAR fund, increased $8.7 million. The non-majors decreased $575,000. And the internal service fund also decreased $280,000 and has that $5.6 million deficit. There's 3 funds that had deficits. The school bond fund, which is at the $75 million, that will be cured as soon as the city issues a school bond and replaces the bond anticipation note with that long-term financing. Then there was a non-major governmental fund, which is the WIOA Job Development Fund, that has a $54,000, $475 fund deficit. And then the School Internal Service Fund has the $5.7 million deficit in that fund. Moving on to slide 12. This is just a high-level overview of the pension OPEB funds held by the city and the school department. I'm only presenting the pension plans that have are in a liability position. There's a couple pension plans that are in a net pension asset positions, so those are not being presented at the moment since they're fully funded. As you can tell, $25 million has been reduced from your pension and OPEB combined and now represents $395 million as of 6/30/2024. Below that, you'll see that I broke out the three different plans that are single employer plans of both the city and the school. The police and fire plan is at 26.67% funded, and the OPEB liability for the city is at 14.39%, and the OPEB liability for the school department is at 9.21%. Moving on to the required communications, which is communications by us, your auditors, to council. We are required to communicate these as part of the audit engagement. So the first item is the qualitative aspects of accounting practices. The accounting policies are consistent with the prior year. There are a few significant estimates related to the actuarial determined liabilities related to both the net pension liabilities and the net OPEB liabilities. In addition, related to there's a incurred but not recorded related to health insurance that was for costs that came in after for claims that came in after year end. For difficulties encountered in performing the audit, we noted that there was none. Moving on to the next slide. There are uncorrected misstatements, which are misstatements that are above our clearly trivial scope, but below planning materiality, so they are not required audit adjustments. On the governmental activities government-wide, there was a understatement of beginning accrued interest. The bond premium amortization is not being calculated correctly under GASB. For the general fund, there was unrecorded property tax interest and lien accruals that was only recorded on the government-wide financial statements. For the school unrestricted fund, there was revenues recognized during the year that have not been collected within the period of availability. For the non-major governmental activities and the fiduciary activities, there was performance bonds that were recorded as a custodial fund and not as a governmental activity, which is required now under GASB number 84. Moving on to the next slide, there was no corrected misstatements. There was no disagreements with management. We were not aware of any management consultations with other independent accountants. There was no significant issues discussed with management prior to the engagement. And lastly, there was no significant findings or issues that were discussed or the subject of correspondence with management. There was some other audit findings. One was related to the capitalization policy that we know needed to be updated for new implementation guidance that was issued by GASB for the capitalization policy related to group of assets that are acquired together. Other information in the document of the audited financial statements also include both the RSI schedules, which are required supplementary information, introductory information, and statistical information. Next year, there will be two GASB standards that we're implementing. There will be GASB statement number 101, which is compensated absences, and GASB 102, which is certain risk disclosures. The audit impact will be identifying relevant documents related to how compensated absences is accrued going forward, as well as some updates to the disclosures. And on the last slide is our contact information. As always, we work for the council. We don't work for the city. So if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to reach out. At this time, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gross. I'm sure council members have some questions as well. I have several, but I might just do a few right now. The internal service fund being a significant deficit of both on the city side, it appears from what you've presented, and the audit that was presented at the end of the year, beginning of this calendar year to us. If I saw that correctly, it was on both ends, correct? It was a small portion on the city end, and it was over 5 million from the school end for the internal service fund.
Well, I think the internal service fund for the city is running near zero, which that's typically what you want from an internal service fund, is that it runs as much revenue you get from the general fund and other departments to fund the actual expenditures coming through. For the school department, that's where primarily where that deficit balance lies, is that 5.7 million.
And given that you saw that deficit, did you make any recommendations and did you ask for any explanations for that?
We essentially do an analysis with our audit procedures on that, and that deficit was from a prior audit period for the most part. I believe only a couple $100,000 was related to the current year under audit. Since there was prior auditors that audited those previous balances, we didn't go back that far, as we rely on a previous auditor for those balances.
Do you require an explanation for that much of a deficit?
Not really, just because of the information that's provided by both the insurance providers and as well as management.
Do you remember what information was provided for why it was?
Well, we
5 million?
get IBNR reports as well as claim logs throughout the year.
In terms of the city's contributions for pension and OPEB, are you satisfied with the percentage of contributions being made in the last fiscal year?
Obviously, I'm an auditor, so I don't really make decisions on behalf of the city. I would probably let the management decide the administration to make those decisions about where those pension liabilities should be and how much they should be funded based on available reserves.
Then on page 15 of your presentation, with respect to the uncorrected misstatements, you had mentioned the bond premiums amortization. Do you recall what the error was?
So there's two ways that there's a way that you're supposed to record it under GASB, which is under the effective interest method. And then the city's using a straight line method. So it's just a different way of amortizing the premium over the life of the bond.
Did you discuss that with the finance department that handles the amortization?
Yes.
And did you get assurances that they would correct it and do it more in accordance with the standard procedures?
I would let the administration answer that question. Just since I don't want to speak for him.
Sure, Director Zadelis, yep. I just want to assure assurances that accounting procedures are being followed.
Council President, historically, the city has done it straight line upon notification prior to the finalization of the audit. Mr. Gross brought it to our attention, and yes, we will change amortization method.
And then similarly, the issue of the understatement of the accrued interest, have accounting policies changed within the department to correct that going forward?
Through the chair, prospectively, yes, they will.
It was corrected as of 6/30/2024. So it was,
Okay.
since it was related to a prior year period, it got adjusted to the proper amount.
And are those safe assumptions with respect to the general fund to the unrecorded property tax interest?
Through the chair to the council president, yes, that was a one-time occurrence, and next year it will be a balance. It will be properly recorded on the balance sheet.
I had another question, Mr. Gross, in terms of the packet that was provided, not the presentation this evening, and I could be misunderstanding it, so I'm asking the question this evening. It was on page 10, and it dealt with business type activities, condensed summary of net position. And in that, do you have that with you? If not, I can give it to you. Note page 10 of the actual book.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
When it talks about the condensed summary of activities, and it mentions under revenues, program revenues, and it indicates with charges for services, there's a big disparity between the prior year of 2023 being 69.8 millions, as opposed to 2024, only 21.4 million for revenues. Was that a mistake, or if that is in fact the case, was there any discussion or further look as to why there was that difference?
So this is management discussion and analysis, and management writes this section of the financials, and we actually don't issue an opinion on this section of the financials. So I would, again, put that back to the administration to answer that question.
Yeah, Director Zadelis, yep, all right. You know, what I'm referring to, yeah, if you can, and I can put it on for the next Finance Committee meeting then for that explanation. Okay. That's all I have right now for questions. I have some others, but I'll hold off. Councilman Wall.
I do have a couple of questions, but most of them, do you have this report somewhere that we have?
I have it on my computer, so I can pull that out.
You haven't submitted it to memory, Mr. Gross, have you? So I apologize.
wish.
Some of my, listen, you're probably going to be able to do it without referring to it. If I went on to page number 52 and under the notes section, and there's a point where it says excessive expenditures over appropriations, and it's approximately $2.3 million, which is a significant amount of money in our budget. Were there any recommendations going forward? You want me to give you the page? 52.
52. Okay.
Bunch of bullet points, and when I added up with my calculator, I got $2,351,527.
Right.
This is the only city budget I've looked over. So is this an oddity? If not, is that a normal condition? I mean, you're an accountant, so, or is this something maybe you would give recommendations going forward?
It's common that budget lines can be overspent. A lot of things can happen over a year that, that aren't recurring or, just can't be foreseen. And I would encourage you to look into those over expenditures and ask the administration why those happened.
All right, thanks. So, but no recommendations regarding that were made by your firm, right?
I wouldn't make a recommendation. All I do is opine on the accuracy of the numbers, not recommendations about why things were overspent.
Got it. And so basically, when we look at this audit, and I am kind of looking for a report card a little bit, and that's not what you do, is it? It's basically, you're looking at certain accounting standards, governmental accounting standards, and you're making sure that they're following along on that. Am I correct in that assumption? Just
for the most part. So pretty much we got financial statements, and we perform an audit over those financial statements to make sure that those numbers aren't materially misstated or misleading to any reader or user of those financials, such as the council, bond agencies, or the state.
Perhaps this next question, and you still have your book in front of you, may have something, and I noticed this is on page 54, it was part of note number 3. And I saw a similar phrase in both of your entries. Under the interest rate risk, the phrase, "the city does not have a formal investment policy," begins that section. And at first, I just read through it, and sometimes it's in accounting ease, so perhaps I didn't digest it all. But then I went to the next paragraph where it went to credit risk. And it said, once again, the city has no investment policy that would limit invest. So I saw this term, a similar term. Is that something that we should have going forward? Is that something that you would recommend, that these types of policies should be implemented by the city council? And
It's common that there are such policies in place at many municipalities.
so going forward, that might be something we look into that.
It could be something that you can look into.
So I'll give you the big overview question. As you looked over this, were there any glowing areas of concern?
Well, we tailor our audits to areas of concern, and we do extensive substantive procedures on those areas. We didn't have any findings that needed to be reported in a management letter other than what was already communicated tonight.
I think I'm good for at this time.
Councilman Ritz.
I have quite a few, so I'll just give a couple quick ones. I could probably email you the other ones, but on the slide with the required communications, the uncorrected misstatements, is there a plan to correct those going forward?
I think we covered some of them. Some of them will automatically correct by themselves since we already pushed through those changes in the 2024 financial statements. Some of the other ones, it's up to management since they aren't considered material to the financials or misleading. We just post them as past adjustments and move on from there.
Is there any repeat findings that you saw from the last audit that we still have?
So there was one repeat finding, and it was related to the schedule of federal expenditures of awards.
Madam Chair.
I had some questions on some of the larger jumps in some of the line items, but I can email you those.
No
So it
problem.
won't take up too much. But, a lot of questions on that. One thing I did have a question on was the head counts towards the end. If I can get to that page. From 2023 to 2024, it was about 5 less positions than before. Is that just a snapshot of how many people are employed at the time? I can get to the page, or was it reduced 5 positions since last year? Page 207. So if you look like, as an example, like economic development was 2 people, now it's 1. Contracts and purchasing, sorry, not that one. Information technology went from 4 to 3, some of them over there. Is that because it was just a snapshot of who was employed at the time of the audit?
Usually, it's as of 6/30/2024.
So is there less positions? 5 less positions.
Sorry, Councilman Ritz, I couldn't even hear what you just said. I'm
So
sorry.
on there, it's 5 less positions in 2024 than 2023. Just trying to figure out if we reduce staff by 5 positions.
I personally want to know that. I would ask the administration.
And then the last one I'll ask you is just on the last page, 209. In 2023, there was 10 fire alarm boxes, and then in 2024, there was 385.
I would, again, go to the administration with that.
All right, I'll hold my other ones. Email them over.
So I have a point of information
Councilman Buonanno.
on the fireboxes. I believe, and perhaps the solicitor or council attorney can opine, people had up until a certain point to upgrade all their fireboxes. That point is coming due. So that I think could account for the significant increase. There was a ordinance passed by this council probably 10 or 12 years ago that said by, I think, next year, all the fireboxes in the city have to be upgraded. And probably most people, like you and I probably would do, waited to the last minute, and that's why we're at where we're at. Excuse me.
Anyone else wish to be heard?
Council President.
Yeah.
A question of clarification. I understand the general fund on the sign, but I'm curious about the enterprise. Generally, an enterprise fund is a rather restricted fund. So you kind of give me some idea what that consists of?
Are you talking about the net position balance as a whole or?
On page, page 10. That position beginning,
Are you talking about the increase of the $8.7 million to 84,602,000? The explanation of it? So it's the SOAR fund. Yes. And it's a enterprise fund, so it works almost as any for-profit business would. It collects revenues and has expenses and gives a exchange like a transaction to residents.
yeah, 'cause I know an enterprise fund is generally a very restricted fund, so that's why I asked. So it is the sewer fund. Thank you.
Yes.
Do any other council members have any questions, concerns? I do have a question in terms of, it came up in the last audit. It's a little bit been touched upon, but I don't think fully addressed this evening. In terms of the mandated accounting or the standard accounting procedures with respect to reporting of federal funds, did the administration provide you with satisfaction that they in fact have completed the federal requirements and under standard accounting procedures relative to federal funding?
So we issue a gas letter, which is a report over generally governmental auditing standards, and they were in compliance with those standards.
And then I have a question for Mr. Zadelis to put many of us at ease, and those who've been following along over the last few years. Has the city centralized the reporting requirements for grants through your office?
Council President, we are centralizing in conjunction with the mayor's office. So it's the finance office and the mayor's office.
All right, I don't have, excuse me, I don't have any other questions unless other council members do.
I just have one.
Sure, Councilman Buonanno.
Thank you. I'm a big picture guy. Ronald Reagan's kind of my idol. So when I get something like this, right, this is nice to have all the finer points. So basically what my question is, what's the bottom line? We have a lot of specific questions. But for me and for probably the members of the public, they're not going to go into this as much as we would here. So what's the bottom line? Do we have a surplus? Do we have a deficit? Do we have a little bit of each, depending upon if it's the school department or the city side? Is it fair to say that it looks to me like there's a surplus on the city side and a deficit on the school side? Is that a fair statement?
Under GAAP accounting, that would be accurate, yes.
Are you at liberty to say what it is? It looks to me like there's about a $7 million surplus on the city side and a $5.7 million deficit on the school side. Is that accurate based on what we've been presented tonight?
So are you talking about the $5.5 million on the school side?
Sorry, it's 5.7. I thought it was 5,784,461. And this is my first council meeting, so forgive me if I'm asking.
Where are you looking?
I was looking at the page 11, School Internal Service Fund.
Oh, you're looking at the internal service fund.
Yeah.
So
But my question isn't necessarily about that. My question is, is there a surplus? Is there a deficit, and how much?
So for that internal service fund, which is not part of the school unrestricted fund, which is where primarily all the activities for all related school activities are housed outside of grants. That internal service fund only relates to healthcare claims from employees of the school department. So
All right, so back to my bigger question. Thank you for clarifying that because I didn't know that. But back to my bigger question is, we have a surplus, we have a deficit. What is the bottom line for the audit?
So if you look on page 28, you have a surplus of $5.5 million in the school unrestricted fund. You have a surplus of $21 million of fund balance in the general fund. So those are your fund balances.
So those are, it's like the bottom line.
That's the available resources.
Thank you.
And just to Mr. Gross and Councilman Buonanno, in the fiscal year 2024, the city is still dependent on significant ARPA funds to at least over 4.5 million or more, correct, Mr. Gross?
She wrote that down.
And we're
It was
just talking the city
yes.
side,
Yep.
which that money is now going,
That money has to be obliged by 12/31/2024.
2026.
And has to be
Yeah,
spent by
spent,
12/31/2026. Correct. So that funding is going away.
Okay. All right. Sure. Director Moretti?
Mr. Gross, I had a question, 'cause it's been in the back of my mind. We have the forum, and one of the gentlemen just brought this up. On that school internal service fund, I'm sensitive to it because previous to this administration coming on, the city accumulated multi-million dollars of deficit due to medical claims in their internal service fund. And that created a big hole. And we had to fill it. In fact, we filled it with ARPA funds. We don't want to run to that same situation. Is that something similar to, how are we at the 5.8 million deficit with the schools? Is that a result of not funding it through operations? And so is it a matter of got more claims than money was put aside? And are we heading in that direction? Perhaps the situation the city side was in several years ago that we fixed. That's a concern. Just wonder if that could be better explained so we don't have that same problem down the road.
I welcome Director Balducci from the Finance Director for the School Department. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening. I'm Joe Balducci, Chief Financial Officer, Cranston Public Schools. To answer Director Moretti's question, this happened over a multi-year process. The school district, like the city, is self-insured. So basically, we put funds into the collaborative that we are a member of, West Bay Collaborative, and then they reimburse the providers, whether it's Blue Cross or Delta Dental, for the actual claims. So in a good year, we hope that we contribute more than what they pay out to Blue Cross and Delta Dental. Unfortunately, the last couple of years, it's worked in the negative. So we contributed dollars on a monthly basis, approximately $2.5 million. Unfortunately, $2.7 million, as an example, has gone out the door. So that has accumulated over a multi-year period. How we're addressing it moving forward, for those of you who attended last week's budget presentation, in next year's budget, we've set aside an increase of $1.2 million. That is hopefully to begin to stem the tide going in the opposite direction. As a collaborative, last year, we renegotiated a RX contract. We as a collaborative went out to bid. 3 firms bid on it, 2 national firms, and Blue Cross, our current provider, submitted a bid. To give an example, Blue Cross was currently giving our collaborative approximately $11 million in RX rebates. The 2 national firms, over a 3-year period, were looking to give us $30 million. Blue Cross went back to the table. They basically came up to a $30 million figure as well. So we decided to stay with Blue Cross. So based on that proposal, Cranston, and again, these are conservative numbers, are looking to get about $2.1 million of the $30 million on an annual basis. We haven't seen dime one of that because of the conversion. We're waiting for those dollars to come in, but that's hopefully the positive trend. So between increased budget dollars, $2.1 million more coming in RX rebates, and looking to manage our claims a little better. We're working with outside companies to get our arms around what is causing the claims. Is it unfortunately medical stays, or everyone knows, because we're all inundated with the commercials for all the pharmaceuticals on a nightly basis. So it looks like that's what's causing the spend. So we're taking a deep dive into this. So I think between looking at how we're spending our dollars, getting more rebate dollars coming in, setting aside more budget dollars to accommodate this, hopefully in the next year or two, the results are going to be different. Any questions? I can answer those now for you. Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balducci. Last call. Anybody have any questions, comments, concerns? Yep. Councilman Andahar.
Hi, thank you for coming out tonight. As far as the police and fire, the pensions, are we trending the same as other cities and towns? Are we like in line, or should we be, I mean, you really can't answer that question, but are we giving enough as far as funding those pensions?
So those pensions and OPEB plans, they're all based on actuarial valuations, essentially. There's an actuary that the city employs for both the city and the school, and they come up with numbers called the ARC, which is a annual required contribution amount. Those numbers are also in the financials in the RSI section that shows that they're meeting the ARC payments. For pension plan, it's a state statute that you have to be making those ARC payments. For the OPEB plans, there's a little bit more discretion. Obviously, a financial advisor would be able to answer those questions a little bit better about like if you should or not.
Thank you.
All right, all council members good? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gross.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, we have consideration approval of the agreement between the Cranston City Council and Tom Lima to provide media-related services for the term of January 6, 2025 through December 31, 2026. Do I have a motion to approve?
A motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion from council members? Councilman Ritz.
I had a question on I guess all the contracts here about, shouldn't they be moved to committee first before we vote on them?
Which contracts?
With all three of them that we have here, none of them went through committee. I've only seen
I
this
don't see
process
three, Mr.
through.
Ritz, Councilman Ritz, I only see two. So I just want, for clarity's sake, and then we'll address your concern.
My question is, well, with Tom Lima's contract and with Steve Angel's contract, having only seen this process from the stands, shouldn't it go through committee before we vote on it?
These contracts are pretty much ratification because they've already been appointed, and particularly with Attorney Angel. Prior practice, including when Councilman Poplawskis was council president, it was heard by the full council, the contract was ratified, and it was similarly last term. If the solicitor I see kind of waiting in the wing, if you want to hear, I don't have an issue if people want to have it heard in finance. It doesn't matter to me either way. Does the solicitor wish to be heard?
Council President, thank you, members of the council. I will say this, I believe that these two contracts that are before the council should, as new business, should be in proper course referred to the proper committee, whether it be the finance committee or any other committee as deemed fit. In my 4 years, and I've spoken to Mr. Rawson as well, I can't recall any contract involving the city of Cranston, whether it be through the council or other contracts involving labor such as this, that do not go through a committee for public comment and then a vote, and then also back before the council for the same. So I think in the proper course of business, I think both of these matters need to be referred to committee first for full discussion and vetting. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Solicitor Millet. I do want to point out to Solicitor Millet, I don't have any problem with doing that here, but factually speaking, I defer you to the prior term. I'm not sure which month's meeting it was. It was in fact, the city council lawyer's contract was ratified by the full council and did not get heard in committee. Yep. Again, just for factually speaking, it can be verified. That's absolutely a fact.
I can look
So,
into that. I can-
yeah,
I
please
mean,
do.
I
Yeah.
just don't know, again, let me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Council President. I just don't, I'm not aware, I can't speak to the prior, for instance, Mr. Angel's contract that's listed here. I can't speak to the prior contract. I haven't seen it. As whatever's in the contract can be discussed at a later point in time. But I'm aware that every contract that's negotiated through the city, whether it be, for instance, the firemen, the police, the Teamsters, or any site, any of those type of contracts are all negotiated. They are all, the council is advised, whether it be in public or executive session, as to the basis of those contracts. And those contracts eventually all come out through the finance committee and are voted on, vetted and then voted on by the committee. So I think that in the course of doing business, whether it be just the council or for the entire city, both of these contracts affect the city and should follow the same course of business.
Thank you, Solicitor. When it comes to the city council lawyer, it's an appointment, which is different than a bargaining unit contract. And again, you were the solicitor in the last term. If you had raised that issue at that time, I definitely would have followed suit at that time. But now that you've raised it this time, I don't have any objection to referring it to committee. So I will ask for the motion to approve.
I'll make that
whoever
motion,
made it.
Madam President.
Well, if I could, Councilman
sorry.
Bonanno, finish speaking first. Thank you. Whoever made the motion to approve the contract for Mr. Lima, if you could please withdraw that procedurally. Thank you.
I'll withdraw it.
Now that that motion has been withdrawn, now I will entertain a motion to take the, as a block, the consideration approval of the agreement between the City of Cranston City Council with Mr. Lima and the consideration approval of the agreement with the City Council and Attorney Angel. Take those two matters as a block. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Madam President.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Campopiano,
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno,
Yes.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Horoyan, Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
Yes.
Council Vice President Wall,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes. Now I'll entertain a motion to take that block and refer it to the next Finance Committee meeting.
So moved, Madam President.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno,
Yes.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Horoyan,
Yes.
Councilman Andujar,
Yes.
Councilman Ritz,
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante,
Yes.
Council Vice President Wall,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes. Next, I'll entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order.
Motion to take the agenda out of order.
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Okay, ayes have it. All right. Move to on page 6. We have the 125-01 ordinance, an amendment of chapter 17.84 of the Cranston City Code entitled zoning, dealing with Caraway Drive. I will take a motion to move that to its respective ordinance committee.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Oh, excuse me,
Aye.
any discussion? No, okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we have one nay. Next, on page 6, the resolution for approval of a petition for the abandonment of a portion of Elmhurst Avenue. That matter, I will seek a motion to refer that matter to its respective Public Works Committee as new business. Is
I'll
there a
make that motion.
Second.
Any discussion? There being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Next, we have the Claims Committee matters on page 6. I'd entertain a motion to move the Claims Committee matters to its respective committee.
Motion to remove the claims matters to the Claims Committee.
Second.
And Clerk, is that a mistake on the date? Is that supposed to be February 13th, Scrivener's error?
You would be correct,
Okay.
Madam President.
Okay, so just for clarity's sake, the motion to move the Claims Matters to Claims Committee will be February 13th because the agenda contains a Scrivener's error of January. Okay, that I believe was seconded. Any discussion? There being none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, that matter is moved. Next, I'm going to jump down to informational items on page 7. As listed, the resignation of Mr. Piscopello from the Board of Canvassers effective January 2nd, calendar of meetings for the City Plan Commission, and a state authorized blasting permit as indicated. Anyone have any questions or concerns with those informational items? No? Okay, moving on. Next, we have consideration on page 6, discussion and approval of city council rules and resolution. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion from council members? Councilman Ritz.
I was wondering if there's an opportunity to receive the documents sooner than Thursday at 4:30.
The clerk posts the agenda on the state mandated time, and that if it can be posted sooner, it is. That's at the mercy of the inability of the clerk's office. As we all know, they have been greatly understaffed, and we're very appreciative of the limited staff that is there doing a Herculean job. You know, that may often be the case that we see the agenda on that Thursday afternoon. In terms of the rules themselves, Councilman Bonanno?
This is the only set of rules that I've had the opportunity to look at. So my question would be to you, Madam President, or perhaps any of the more seasoned council people, are there any changes in the rules from the previous term that we should be aware of?
The only change in the rules is a 10:30 meeting end time as opposed to an 11 PM end time. The prior rules allowed for a motion by majority vote of council to extend the meeting beyond 11 PM, any council meeting. These rules have a cutoff time of 10:30 PM, where therefore the appropriate council will vote to extend the meeting by half-hour increments. Other than that, the rules are the same.
Thank you, Madam President. I have no issue with the rules. Thank you very much.
All right, does anyone else have any questions? Concerns? No? Okay, all right. At this time, clerk, please take a roll.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Horoyan.
Yes.
Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Vice President Wall.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes. Next, we have review and discussion of city council's individual and collective fiduciary duties of loyalty and care owed to the Municipal Corporation of Cranston, et cetera. And I will turn the floor over to Attorney Angel for discussion to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'm not going to give you instruction. There are really four, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 items. If it's okay with the council, Madam President, I'll take all 4 together.
Go for it.
Okay. So I'm not going to give you a lengthy discussion about what the OMA is in APRA, because I am not your solicitor. I do that elsewhere. That's someone else's responsibility. But I am going to tell you some things you need to worry about or be concerned about as a council person, particularly with respect to violations of OMA and as it relates to rolling quorums among council members. So let's
talk about what your fiduciary duty is, okay? Cranston is a corporation. It's a municipal corporation. It's not a public corporation. It's not a private corporation. Okay, I give advice to those. You're a board of directors to the Municipal Corporation of Cranston. You don't owe your duty to anything other than the Municipal Corporation of Cranston. Okay, that's where your legal duty lies. Okay, you have a political duty to constituents. That's different. So you have a duty, you ought to exercise a duty of loyalty and a duty of care. And why do I care about that? Because when you're in executive session, okay, what goes on in that room stays in that room, okay? Everyone in here has political leanings. There are friends of ours and politicians that we know that work in other branches of government. Okay, there may be issues of concern that are talked about in that room that implicate some of those friendships. Sorry, gang, what you say in that room and what is said in that room must stay in that room. Unlike a public corporation or a private board of directors where the recourse would be to expel you from the board, this council does not have that power because you're an elected official, but you are subject to recall. Okay? If for some reason your breach of that fiduciary duty in that back room in executive session somehow leads to the city being put at a financial or other disadvantage economically, legally, or otherwise, you may, and I say may because I would leave it to your personal attorney to advise you, you may abrogate your legislative grant of immunity for that action. And you may be sued. May. You need to consider that. Okay? So please, we live in a world today where everybody thinks they can say whatever they want. Social media gives people a platform in the illusion that people really care what they have to say simply because they can broadcast to the world and they've bought 10,000 followers. Don't kid yourself. No one really cares. Okay? But the fact of the matter is, you have a fiduciary duty to the Municipal Corporation of Cranston. Bottom line. Okay, that's who we all work for. Let's talk about ethics for a minute. Okay? Ethics is a philosophy. It's not the law. Okay? It's not religion. Ethics, the philosophy of ethics is informed by religion. It's informed by the law. It's informed by custom and social mores and a bunch of other different things. So people love to throw the word around, oh, it's not ethical, okay? When you're involved in public service, you're concerned with ethics complaints, right? The Ethics Commission, what in the world do they do? By the way, mark this down. It is March 3rd, which I think is a Monday. We have arranged for Lynn Radicius of the State Ethics Commission to give you a presentation, and Mr. Moretti to any other board, commission, and department that wants to be here. They will give a presentation. It will be at a council meeting, okay? In fact, it's the only way you folks can convene and ask questions among yourselves and talk. We'll talk about that in a minute. But Lynn Radicius will be here from the Ethics Commission to give you a presentation. Every year that I've been in this position, I've organized that presentation, okay? And that will be at 6:30. So Tracy and I will be in contact to put together that special meeting notice for the council president. Back to what is ethics. So what in the world does the Ethics Commission care about? The ethics law is really a conflict of interest law. It's a very narrow view into the world of ethics. Conflict of interest. What is your conflict of interest in voting on something? Okay. I like to pick on people and give examples. Okay. If Mr. Trafficante owns a restaurant, okay, I assume you're a good Italian cook. You own a restaurant and you have a liquor license and everything else in the city of Cranston. You may not vote on that because you have a conflict of interest. Okay, it's your restaurant. If your brother owns the restaurant and you're a shareholder, you've got a conflict of interest. Okay. Anytime that there's some financial benefit to you, to a family member, okay, to a business partner, you may have a conflict of interest. So how do you know if you have one? Well, if you see an item like that coming up, you want to write to the Ethics Commission perhaps and get an opinion preemptively. Otherwise, you may subject yourself to a complaint and you'll have to defend that complaint. And oftentimes, the only thing people ever really remember is that there was a complaint made. They don't necessarily remember that it didn't stick. So preemptively, when you think you may have a conflict of interest, I certainly welcome the call and will direct you. But you are responsible for vetting that conflict through the Ethics Commission. Now, we had a great example tonight where Councilman Trafficante got up and said, I'm going to recuse myself. Okay. And he did the right thing. No prompting from me. You've had good counsel over the years. I'm going to get out of my seat and leave the room. That's the way you do it, gang. You don't even stay in the room. The air of impropriety that you stay in the room and lurk in the back is a mistake. Okay. Great move. But he has an additional duty. He has to file his recusal form with the State Ethics Commission, and he needs to put a copy of that on file with the city clerk. Those are the two next steps. City clerk's not necessarily required. I recommend it anyway. It's a public record. It's local. What does it take? Throw it in the scanner and send it over to Tracy. She'd be happy to put it on file. Okay. But the big one is the Ethics Commission. Get your recusal into the Ethics Commission. The form is on their website. It's a very easy website to use. So if you are going to recuse, please state that on the record. Please remove yourself from the room. We'll come and get you. And please fill out your forms. Anybody have questions just on the basic? And why am I telling you this sort of in shorthand fashion? Well, because this is a pretty new council, right? We've got a lot of new faces in the room, and we have other faces in the room that probably could use a refresher, because God knows there's a lot of moving parts to the position and the seat that you're in. So any questions on anything I said, just feel free to cut me off. I'm happy to have people cut me off. Let's talk about the OMA. Rolling quorums are a problem today, okay? Social media has put that rolling quorum problem on steroids. You are going to have people on social media who try to draw you into a public debate on an issue. How do you feel about that, Councilman Wall? Well, unbeknownst to you, 4 other council people have already replied. That's a problem. If you are discussing a matter of substance that is either before the council or could prospectively come before the council. Well, how do I know that? Don't go down that rabbit hole. Just don't do it. Say, look, there are other legal reasons why I can't engage in the debate in this forum. This is the forum right here. And that's the whole point of the Open Meetings Act, okay? And by the way, you know, for example, you guys have an agenda. You're very generous. You allow the public to comment on undocketed items. You don't have to. You allow them to comment on docketed items. You don't have to do that either. There is no requirement in the Open Meetings Act that the public has a right to speak. There just isn't. That's why sometimes you'll have a workshop on a particular issue because, you know, there needs to be some understanding on perhaps how to build an ordinance or how to do something. You'll have a workshop. I know that Auditor DeMayo and I had talked before the meeting, and he said, gee, you know, he said, we've got a lot of new people. He said, I want to get folks acclimated to the budget and how the process works just logistically and so forth, you know, to save, not just to save some time during the budget season, but to give them a sense of where to find things, how to access him for help, all the practical things. He said, we're going to do a workshop. My recommendation is that's your workshop. Okay. I do workshops elsewhere with other public bodies. There is no public comment. We're not, we're not here to advise the public. We're here to advise you, okay? And it's okay for that not to happen with public participation. But your work must always occur under the watchful eye of the public. There is no OMA requirement that people be able to view the meeting by a virtual platform such as Zoom, okay? Or to be able to call in and ask you questions. There is no legal requirement for that. You folks do that as a matter of course. That was, really birthed during the COVID era, and it's continued. It's probably a pretty good practice, okay? Rolling quorums. Democrat, Republican, Independent, doesn't matter. You're gonna have issues where you've got 5 of you that agree on an item, whether it's, blue or red, whatever, it doesn't matter. You have to resist having those discussions out of this room as to, well, what are we gonna do with this issue? How are you gonna vote? That happens in this room, okay? Building consensus and working on an ordinance is different. That's a little different, but I don't recommend that any more than 4 of you get together to do it. And I certainly don't recommend that one of the 4 talk to the 5th, who isn't in the room. That's a rolling quorum. You cannot build consensus on a vote outside of this room, plain and simple. That's a violation of the Open Meetings Act. I'm not going to get into access to public records. That's a clerk issue, and I don't advise her on those issues. But I do think that the practical aspects of an open meeting and what a violation is vitally important to you. Social media is becoming a problem with respect to rolling quorums. I expect to make a little law on that this year myself. So, email chains. Be very wary of chain emails. That can lead to a very similar problem. Please work your emails by subject matter. Don't reply all. Don't forward things to everyone. If you do, say, this is for your information. It came my way. Do not reply all. Okay? Don't. And don't have it worked out. And I'm not casting aspersions, please. I'm just trying to get to the bare bones. Don't have it worked out where one person talks to the next person, talks to the next person, talks to the next person. It's a violation of the Open Meetings Act, okay? If you get to the critical mass of 5 and don't get cute and stay at 4 and then, I just don't. You do your voting in this room. That's really where it happens, okay? You passed your council rules tonight. Structure and discipline are not the enemy of enthusiasm and creativity. They're there for a reason. They're designed to provide a framework within which to conduct a meeting. I know that there are new committee chairs. I've been there. It's a little bumpy at the start, but you have an obligation to conduct your meetings in a certain structure. Robert's Rules of Order is there for a reason, and we've adopted those in your council rules. I essentially am appointed as the parliamentarian on questions of rules and things of that nature. There were abstentions tonight, for example, on the floor of the council. An abstention is not a vote. It's a nullity. It's not a vote, and it's not a recusal. All right. So, for example, my opinion tonight, you've seated 9, and you have probably 5 of you on executive session minutes, perhaps, that could have very easily abstained. Well, what happens? It fails. It doesn't fail. There are 9 present and 4 would have voted in the affirmative. It passes. It's odd. I get it. Okay, that's a very rare situation where that would happen. Okay, meeting minutes, the meeting minutes. Okay. Abstaining from a vote, it's more of, there's really two reasons, I think, practically speaking, to abstain, right? Hey, I wasn't in that meeting. I don't know what went on in there because the minutes are sealed. I don't intend to vote, okay? If you've seen the minutes for the Public Works Committee and you weren't at the Public Works Committee meeting and you're fine with what went on and you want to vote for those minutes, that's not a problem, okay? If you abstain simply because you don't want to take a position on an issue, that's a political question. That's not a procedural issue. That has nothing to do with the law. That's a political question, okay? So take a look at the rules. We've tried to loosen it in a way so that, you know, nobody has to buy Robert's rules and study them, and you don't have to stop the meeting every 5 minutes and ask me what to do. But Robert's rules do inform these council rules to provide some structure. So, you know, please take a minute to, you know, read them through procedurally. One of the changes that was made 2 years ago to these rules when Council President Marino became Council President for the first time was to make sure that items like resolutions were not eligible to come before the council for immediate consideration except in certain circumstances. Those circumstances were narrowed considerably, just so that you know. You notice tonight, obviously, that my contract came before you as a matter of new business. I did not take a position on its referral to finance, but I will tell you, I thought it was proper. Okay, which is fine. So, you know, one of the things that I have demonstrated in now my 5th year here is that I'm an equal opportunity offender in my interpretation of rules, my interpretation of the law. And what do I mean by that? I call it the way I see it, black and white down the middle. It's not red, it's not blue, and it's not purple. And I've pissed off everybody in this room at one time or another because they simply didn't share my view of the law, except for Tom. But that's the way it goes. What you'll get from me is right down the middle. I don't play politics with the law. I've had the luxury of being appointed by a red council and by a blue council, and that's happened to me elsewhere. And I've stayed and carried over, I'd like to think, in large part because I call it down the middle. So that's what I will do for you with respect to your ethics questions, with respect to your questions on the rules. I know that some in the audience may disagree, but that's okay. That's healthy. But what I can say to you, okay, is if you call me, okay, I don't just represent the council as a whole. I represent each and every one of you individually as council members. If you call me with an ethical issue, that stays between us. I don't report to the council president on your individual workings as a council person, okay? That's not my job. If she wants to know what you're doing, she can call you, okay? And you can hang up the phone or you can take the call. That's your business. But I'm Switzerland when it comes to the issues that you have in conducting yourself as a council person. And I've demonstrated that over the years as well. So please do not hesitate to pick up the phone and call me. Any questions?
You brought up a point, excuse me, that I want some clarification on. You said, you know, social media, you know, it could constitute a rolling quorum. Personally, I don't engage in social media when it comes to council business, and, you know, I agree with that. Does answering an email from a constituent constitute that if it's directly the constituent, myself as a council person, if unbeknownst to me, you know, 4 other council people have answered that constituent's email individually?
That's a different situation. Yeah, I mean, email, telephone calls, carrier pigeon letters, telegrams, fax machines, if they still exist, is one-to-one communication. As long as your intent as a council person is not to publish that communication to other council people with the intent of garnering their support, or the email to the constituent that says, hey, I'd love for this to happen for you, but why don't you why don't you forward my email to these 4 other people and see if you can get support? That's an obvious mistake, right? You're not going to do that, okay? But social media raises a lot of questions. You know, it can create more of a problem for you as a council person, and be more of a hindrance than a help long-term. So any other questions? And by the way, this is an evolving area of opinion from the Attorney General's office. The complaints, the OMA complaints are made to the Attorney General's office, you know, open government unit. I will tell you that this Attorney General's office takes a very narrow view of the statute. They tend to find a lot of violations where you're culpable and where the city becomes culpable for you can get your hand slapped and say it's a violation of the Open Meetings Act, but essentially you really didn't intend to violate the act. So it's a foul, but you know, for the hockey fans in the crowd, it's a 2-minute minor, not a 5-minute major. Okay, the 5-minute majors is what the city gets hit with a bill for, or you may be told as a body that you have to reconsider an item. Okay, that kind of thing. So if you have questions, it takes a minute before you hit send or before you reply to something, give me a ring. Okay, there's only 2 groups of people in the world that need to respond right away, and they were here tonight, police and fire, right? If it's not a 911, it can wait. All right, I mean, we've all got busy, but usually within 24 hours, I can get back to you. Any other questions? I mean, there's been a lot of information blown your way in the last month.
I have a question. So I operate government in Massachusetts, and I'm just wondering why in Rhode Island, when you recuse yourself, you have to actually leave the room, because we're allowed to sit in the room as a resident because we have the right to be in the room to listen to it just as a regular resident.
You can hear it in the hallway. We have speakers in the hallway, but there are cases that have been decided here by the Attorney General's office that while they don't, and I should say the Ethics Commission as well, while they don't find there to be a specific violation, there could be. If you had 3 or 4 people in the room who said, you know, her presence made me uncomfortable and felt that I was pressured to vote a particular way, or felt that, you know, you were gesturing to a council person, right? Which you wouldn't do, I understand. It's in the opinions. And because they've leaned that way in some opinions, although they've not come out and said that it's a must do, it is a best practices that I recommend just to stay out of harm's way. Other questions?
Tonight, Mr. Roy,
Sure. That's a great question. So, for example, if Council President Marino, she runs the meeting, she has the gavel. If she wants to make a motion on something, she has to yield the gavel to the Vice President. She makes her motion, and then she gets the gavel back and calls for a second. Okay. You cannot make a motion for yourself to be placed on a committee, right? But you can second your own nomination or your own appointment, and you can vote on your appointment. Just like when you run for office, right? It's analogous to you can vote for yourself, right? So that's not a conflict of interest. It's not a paid position, so it doesn't implicate ethics law. I would have been out of my seat, you know, waving my arms wildly, because I really don't want to see any of you have anything but success in the 2-year term. So, but that's a great question from a very seasoned person. Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, Mayor Trafficante has seen it all in his career. And he just said, you know what, I'm going to get out of my seat and go in the other room and they'll come and get me. I mean, it's just what you do, you know, and it doesn't happen that often, doesn't. And you'll know it when it's on the agenda. So if you have a question and you see something, reach out to me. Any question on the rules or the OMA? If you have questions about conducting your meeting as a committee chair, Dan's been doing it for a while, call him. No, you can call me anytime. So, all right, thank you.
I'm going to interject one thing on the tips and procedures and stuff for going forward. Just a reminder to committee chairs that it's important when you convene your committee meetings to remind the public of the state your name and address and to keep their comments limited to 4 minutes. 4 minutes is a lot of time, actually, and you know it's courteous to others who are hoping to speak that evening, and it just helps to say that at the outset so that people know the expectation that evening and get accustomed to it going forward. Just a little tip. That's it. All right. Thank you, Attorney Angel, for your discussion. Next on the agenda, and I believe last, is going into executive session. Okay.
Madam President, I was informed by Attorney Videcchia that there's no update. So there's an update. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So you can stay in here if you want to stay in here.
So we'll
Just
take a
clear the room.
motion. Do I have a motion to go into executive session pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws, Section 42-46-5, subsection A, subsection 2, pertaining to collective bargaining relative to both the Teamsters Local 251 and the Rhode Island Laborers District Council Local Union 1322. Do I have a motion?
Motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
Okay, any discussion? There being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And you should take a formal roll to go into, okay, sorry. Okay, we're gonna take a formal roll call vote, my error. If the clerk can please take the roll, thanks.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno.
Yes.
Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Horoyan. Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante.
Yes.
Council Vice President Wall.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes, okay. We will have executive session in chambers. I'll just ask the few people that are here from the public to please leave the chambers. Thank you. All right, I'll now take a motion to come out of executive session.
Motion to come out of executive session.
Second.
All right, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno. Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Haroyan. Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante. Council Vice President Wall.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes, entertain a motion to seal the minutes of executive session.
Motion to seal the executive session minutes.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Nope. Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Campopiano.
Yes.
Councilman Bonanno. Councilwoman Graziano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Haroyan. Councilman Andujar.
Yes.
Councilman Ritz.
Yes.
Councilman Trafficante. Council Vice President Wall.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes, and for the record, there were no votes taken in executive session. At this time, I entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, ayes have it. Good evening.